Yes, sir, Mayor. So,
Are y'all ready, Mr. Barton? Are y'all ready?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Call the public hearing to order. This is concerning the proposed budget amendment. Get over here to where it's at. Do I need to read what we're gonna amend on
No, I'll
that?
be glad to give a brief overview for you.
All right, if you don't care, you can tell us what we're going to change on it. I see we got several
Everyone's got a
things.
handout there at your seat. It'll say proposed June 25th, 2024, proposed budget amendment 2. There's copies for the public at the back table. And of course, in looking at this, with our public hearing, of course, we're adding $4,717,371 in revenue. And with that, with our budget that we do and most every other government agency, we'll do a year-end budget amendment kind of to clean things up at year-end before your audit and things. Based on actual expenditures, there's been stuff that's come up through the year that we didn't know about or that caught us off guard and things. And of course, our severance was up. That's you see the other local taxes, we're bringing additional severance in. And most of these others are basically grant funding that came in, like our opioid abatement authority funding. We recognized $325,000 worth of funding there. The floodproofing grant for the Hayside area, there's like $446,000 that came in for the floodproofing grant. And the sheriff's office had quite a few grants that they had gotten. They had some HIDA money. They had their accreditation grant, a lot of stuff that we didn't know at the beginning of the year that they were able to apply for and get without any match. And they had a little over $200,000 in additional grant funding that came in. So most of our revenue was some additional grant funding on that. And then when we look at our expenditures on the next page, you can see, of course, the comp board made a change in December of last year, and they've done some realignment. They had added, you go down, you see basically there's only a $750 change, $2,200, but then we get the commissioner revenue. And of course, the comp board added an additional position in December, and Shelley had used that to hire an additional person to do the mapping and things like that. So, we had about $28,000 there. And then with the reassessment, during the time we were doing last year's budget, during the budget season, we didn't know how far along we would be and what would need to be paid. So we were using some of the additional severance funds to pay the $350,000 in reassessment fees that we had to add back into our budget. And you can see, like with the treasurer and registrar, those are just little changes with, again, with the comp board changes in December. Same as with the circuit court clerk. They had changed some salary ranges there. When we look at Office on Youth, whenever we get down to building department, if you remember during our fiscal year 25 discussion, we had split half-half on a couple of employees, and we had to put them back where they work as the system wouldn't let us split the benefits. Commonwealth attorney was the $26,220. Again, that's comp board changes and salaries in December. Sheriff's Department, that $575,000, that was going back and accounting for, they had some changes in salaries in December, and then the grant funding that they got for a lot of the grants, that's offsetting that. The 911, same story. The fire and rescue, if you remember, we had the insurance reimbursement for the Hayside truck that was damaged. It was approximately $150,000. The money comes from the insurance company to us, and we pay it to Hayside. And then we saw the situation with Hayside Hayside Rescue Squad, the $20,000 that was given to them, that's supposed to be paid back to us by the end of June. It has not been paid back, and that's $20,000 there, and then our insurance was a little bit more in that account. Again, building, that's where we split between building and Office on Youth, where building went down $26,285. Animal control went up $37,991, and litter came down $31,611. Again, it's that split that we had to change. And then on the next page, solid waste. Main change in there, we're up a little bit on fuel and actually disposal cost. Maintenance on property, a lot of that has to do with the build out for the registrar's office, and just we had a lot of heat pump issues, a lot of heat pumps that went down this past year that run us over. So we got a lot of zeros, 4,100 for senior citizens. That was for the vehicle match difference. Tourism, Recreation was up 19,000, the pool was up 6,000. Planning and community development, 53,986. And then this non-departmental, 1,000,002, that's the one that caught like the floodproofing grant, the 400 and some thousand, the 325,000 opioid funding, and a lot of the other grant funding, the Trammell and some of that stuff's through that. Data processing, the 17,000 was actual expenses for the software, the AS400. And then the IDA, we had to account for them as far as the difference with them for the money to the project that we had to front them on the project that they paid us back by the end of December on that $2 million. So that's how we come up with the difference of the 4.7 million. So.
Okay. And if anyone would like to make a public comment on our budget amendment, they can call 276-333-0357. This is actually just a cleanup that we have to do every year.
Every year,
Yes.
and it's something that occurred for the transactions, that we didn't know about at budget time, and like I said, the majority was grant funding, so,
Right.
other than the comp board changed, the grant funding accounted for most everything, so.
Anyone in the public got a comment? The other one don't start till 5:45, so that's fine if you want to. I don't think we'll have any comments. You think we'll be okay to adjourn? Mr. Go ahead.
I'll make a motion with adjourn public comment, or this, budget amendment.
Public hearing on the budget.
Yes.
I have a motion. Do I have a second on these to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. Any opposed? I also. And the next one starts at 5:45.
Did you put Chris or Rhonda?
to order, and it's the VDOT proposed secondary six-year plan that goes from 2/25/26 through 2/29/230, or 2030. So, I guess I'll turn it over to my VDOT boys.
Hello. Okay, I'm Alan Sumter. I'm the residency administrator for the Virginia Department of Transportation's WISE office. We cover Lee, Scott, Wise, and Dickinson County. Purpose of the public hearing tonight is to present the annual update to the secondary system construction program for the unpaved roads funding that we deal with and update every year. So I'm just going to go over the plan just briefly. We have two types of allocations that are on the plan. We have what is referred to as telefee funds that come into this program. They are the funds that come from the charge to utility companies, the telephone companies, so forth, for their poles and equipment to be within VDOT right-of-way. That's usually a charge that is usually passed along to consumers. If you ever get like your Verizon bill or like that, and open it up and see like a little dollar charge that's down in there every month, that's what that's collected and comes into VDOT for. That fee is $33,456. That's the fee that's put in every year, 25 through 30, for a total of $200,736 for the 6-year period. The next fund that we have is what is referred to as the District Grant Unpaved Road Funds. That is the money that comes specifically to counties within the Commonwealth that is based upon the amount of unpaved roads that a county may have, and also with factors fixed into a formula with population and so forth. We don't have a lot of unpaved roads here in Dickinson County. The allocations, they vary. Usually in the first year and in the out year, the totals are 27,218 in the first year, 2025, 90,699 in 26, 27, 28, and 29, and an allocation of 60,264 for a total of $450,278 in the total allocation of the district grant program. The total allocation for the entire 6-year period is $651,000. The allocations that we have, the monies are allocated in 3 different spots as we're trying to accumulate funds for projects going forward. They are still going so that we can get to construction. One of them is Route 644, Little Caney Ridge. That project is valued at $545,000, and we had $234,000 of previous funds on it, and so we're putting allocations on it for it to go to construction in 2029. The other project that we have in the plan that we also put portion of the funds in is Route 707 Lockhart Loop, and we put in $79,000 of funds there on that in 29, and also $60,000 of funds in 2030. The other portion of funds, the money has to be spent, the unpaved road money, on the unpaved roads, but we can use the telefees for other things, and we've been accruing allocations and put those over on rural additions. That is monies that's out there that we can consider projects of roads that are not in the system to be added into the system and use those funds toward putting forward to the construction of that. That's a pretty small amount of projects, but that sometimes can be used to add it in there as we go to kind of help supplement that. As you know, most of the projects that we've have brought up and considered there for that here in the county has been on with, like with coal severance funds. But we did have $117,000 on there, and we programmed pretty well the full amount of the $33,000 on there each year through 2030 for consideration there with that. We also have a balance of funds that are in the plan, $67,000 that we use for things such as survey support and other small little project support that comes up. That's pretty well survey funds is what we use that for. A portion of these funds were used whenever the roundabout was going in out at Food City, and there was some surveying work that we had to do there with a portion of there with that. But again, that is your allocations that is in with this program. These are not improvements. The monies in this cannot be used for improvements on hard surface roads, nor can they be used like in maintenance projects as well. Okay, so that's, Mr. Chairwoman, that's the summary of the secondary 6-year plan. We bring this plan to you and would invite public comment on it tonight. There's not really any change from last year because we're accruing funds on it, and then we would later ask that if it pleases the board that you would
Yeah.
pass a resolution in order to concur with this plan.
Can you get it?
Thank you, Mr. Song. Is there any comment on the 6-year plan that VDOT has presented?
Madam Chairman, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Did I understand you to say that roads that were not paved and are not in the system?
This money is for roads that are unpaved, that are in the system, and then you can use some of this money toward projects that are not in the system, roads that you want to bring in for project there with that. Although it takes quite a while to accrue enough funds to be able to do that with like $33,000 a year. Only your telefee money can be used for that.
And to bring a road in, you have to have 40-foot right-of-way,
40 feet
correct?
of right-of-way, yes, and it has to, you have two different means of bringing that in, as we've discussed with you on other things, is one is that it either be like according to the subdivision standards, that has to be plans developed and reviewed and everything with that, or the road has to be more than like 20 years old in order to be eligible to qualify.
So that was how Rita's Lane got paid, because it was under the subdivision ordinance.
Yes.
Well, there's another road out there, McCarty Lane. Quite a few people live on that road, but it's not in your system.
Okay.
And the man that refused to give the right-of-way has been since deceased. And it's been sold to another person who is willing to give a right-of-way.
That just, we don't identify the specific projects like that for those that are here in this. This is just a holding place for that. It's something we'll look at, but again, I would say, Ms. Lusk, that in order to do that, you're gonna have to supplement that with some other funding source, because typically what we see on those is that you're talking, like I mentioned in coal meeting yesterday, is several $100,000 usually to do those. We're talking only $33,000 out of this, so you
never would get there.
No, you never would get there with that. But you can use coal money and so forth, like we've examined other projects, to see whether there was something that you wanted to bring up in the future, to consider there with that. There's also like programs like revenue sharing, where that you do the match and apply for things there, so there's a lot of other different funding mechanisms. But you can use this money like as a portion of that. Say if you accrue $100,000, then okay, so say if you had as an example, a $400,000 project, I'm just making that up, then you could use, you know, if you got 100,000 saved up here, you could use 100,000 toward that, and then you could put 300,000 from somewhere else with it and combine it all together in order to be able to, you know, to do that. So it doesn't have to be exclusively funded from one source in order for you to be able to move forward with it at some point.
I know when I first moved down on Bice Ridge, which is a dirt road, and the state used tar and gravel. Do y'all do that anymore?
We have gone away from the tar and gravel on those, and we moved to pavement surface now on those because usually with the amount of traffic that we have on the roadways now, with the tar and gravel, it just doesn't hold up in as a lasting product for us. So we're now using the pavement on all of our rural rustic projects.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you're welcome.
I have that Keith Hollow that's in my district that needs paving, but they do not have the 40-foot right-of-way. We've tried to get the 40-foot right-of-way, but it takes some of their septic systems in order to get the 40-foot right-of-way. So you don't do it for any less than 40 foot.
That's a requirement on our.
Yeah, I knew that was in the book that
Yes.
you all gave us. We're still working on it.
You can go, like at things, there are instances you have to look at. The situation is like if you've can't get it all on one side and you've got room and somebody wants to volunteer to give it over on the other side, then that's,
The other
you do
side
that.
is a
But we
ditch
got to
line.
have clear and unencumbered 40 feet all the way through
Okay,
on a new addition.
thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is 40 foot, 20 foot to the right and left from the center?
Of the road to be constructed, yes.
Okay.
Well, I have another question, Madam Chairman. Just
Let's let Chris have a turn, please.
These funds are for gravel roads,
Yes.
to get gravel roads paved. Do you all ever introduce new gravel roads into the system?
No, we do not take a road into, because the amount of maintenance that we have to perform. Gravel roads are typically one of the biggest areas that we get of, concerns and complaints. And so we're trying to get out of the gravel road business by paving what we have and get them all paved. So to take in any more, no, we don't. There has to be, in a new addition, there has to be some kind of asphalt surface put on it for us to take it in, which is typically now, at this point, is a paved asphalt surface.
So you don't take in, Keith Hall is a gravel road, so you don't take those in?
What we would do is if we were going to take that in, we would have to have enough allocation program that when we would take it in, that then it would be constructed and paved for us to begin the maintenance on it.
So you don't just take in a gravel road unless you got the 40-foot right-of-way, and it's taken into the 6-year plan?
It's, as a rural addition, it's not in the 6-year
Okay.
plan per se. There's enough money there for us to do the construction on it at some point there. The 6-year program that we programmed the allocation to is like on where we're trying to accrue funds for like Little Caney Ridge, a road that's
Right.
already into our system
Okay.
that's there. What we do is, if we were to, as an example, identify this road that you talked about and say it was going to be $500,000 to $600,000, that we would ask that we work together as a county to identify where we were going to come up with that $500,000 to $600,000. That once it was taken in to construct it to a paved surface with the 40-foot right-of-way, and then we do that all at one time. So we would not take it in and then say, okay, 4 years from now, we got enough money to pave it, and then we do it then. All the money has to be there on a new road right up front for us to do the project, so that once we put that route number on it and start taking care of it, that it's completed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have one other question.
Go ahead.
Madam Chairman, I have an incident in my district where this lady runs people off if they park on the side of the road, and the road is paved, and there is a
Yeah.
40-foot right-of-way from, the 20-foot goes from the middle this way, and 20-foot from that way, right? Does she have a right to run people off?
If it's our right of way, then no, she doesn't, but that's a law enforcement issue that comes up. So we typically get, Mr. Thacker in his day job or in state police or whatever involved with those things like that.
So you would have to ask the county
We're not an enforcement agency.
to,
All we can do is we tell them how
Well,
much
she's-
right of way is there, and then there has to be, I mean, that's not what we're here with the hearing about, but Mr. Thacker can tell you, there's all kinds of parking laws, aren't there? About what you do on the side of the road or
I'll talk to him
whatever.
about it.
But, yeah, all we do is we tell people what our right of way is, and then in certain cases, if we get a request, like from, law enforcement or somebody to look into to see about putting a no parking sign there, then we look at it, see if it, with discussion with law enforcement, usually to, like, is there a safety condition that's there that warrants putting a, no parking sign there or something, and we might consider doing that with that. But other than that, it's become strictly a legal issue about whether or not a person can tell somebody they can't park there or whatever.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If there's no other comment, I need to close the public comment on VDOT. We're running a little bit late, and we still have one more public hearing.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to adjourn public hearing on the Cole Road? Not Cole Road, but the VDOT.
I'll say.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Also, any opposed? Okay. The next thing on the agenda is a public hearing concerning the salary of the Board of Supervisors. And I can tell you,
We make bukus.
if you are thinking about running for my position come the end of this term, it's not a money-making business. You will lose money. And we make $5,500 a year. So it's not a month, it's a year. The chair gets a little bit extra and the vice chair gets a little bit extra. But other than that, that's the salary. So I'm opening it up for public comment concerning the salary of the Board of Supervisors. And if we was to raise it from $5,500, it doesn't take effect until all of this board is voted in or out again. It doesn't take effect during this term.
To the next election.
Yep. So it's open for public comment. And if anyone wants to make a public comment by phone, it's 276-333-0357. Any comment from my board members? If you counted what time you were traveling, what time you were on the phone, you probably might make a nickel a day. So, if there's no comment on our salary, I would ask a motion to adjourn that.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second that we adjourn the public comment on our salaries. All in favor? Aye. Now we'll go straight into the regular board meeting, which should be in 6 o'clock. I think we're just a couple minutes over. And 5 minutes over, I believe. And we'll call the meeting to order. And ask for prayer. Mr. Martin, do you want to lead, or do you want me
Glad
to?
to.
Okay, thank
Let's
you.
pray. Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we just bow before you this evening, Lord, and just pray that you would be with us throughout this meeting, Lord. Lord, we pray for wisdom for our supervisors with the decisions they have to make, Lord, and Lord, just pray for our county as a whole, Lord. That you continue to bless our county, Lord. Watch over us all, we pray. In Christ's name, amen.
Is Savion going to come up and lead the pledge for me today? Zay, you want to come up and lead the pledge?
He's trying to get her to come with me.
You want sis to come with you? Okay, come on. You come right here and stand right here, okay? Show Mama how good you can do. Okay, put you in here. Okay, face the flag over here. Go ahead. Go ahead. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all.
Thank you, thanks.
And I said that is a compliment to our teachers in the county that teaches our children to respect our flag, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Zay, for coming up, babe.
What about me?
Thank you, girls, for coming with him and giving him support. I know he's your mascot. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the minutes, and we had a special call meeting May the 20th of 2024. We had a public hearing May the 22nd of 24. We had a special call meeting May the 22nd of 24. We had a regular meeting May the 28th of 24. We had a special call meeting May the 31st of 24. Do you want to take them separate or together?
Yeah. Do them together.
All right, I need a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion. We approve the minutes for all these meetings that you just recited.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Is there any comment or any corrections on the minutes, or does anyone have any comment to make on them or anything before we vote? If hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. So we don't just come once a month. I'll see. Okay. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda, and we do have some additions, correct?
Yes, ma'am. You have before you an agenda addendum on that that's got several items on it. We ask that those be added, and I will note that item 7C6, the second item on the addendum, actually takes the place of item 7C4 that's on your agenda now. So we can strike 7C4 and then add these that's on the agenda, so.
Okay, it's 7C4, the annual plan for road and bridges.
Mhm.
Okay, so we can delete that.
Yes.
All right. Does any of my board members have anything to add to the agenda other than the ones that were handed out? We have item 6B, item 7C6, item 8A, item 8B, item 8C, and item 12, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does any of the board members have anything to add?
No.
Then I would need a motion to approve the agenda
I'll make that motion to approve the agenda, Madam
as
Chairman.
presented
As presented,
with the additions.
with the additions,
Thank you.
the addendums.
And I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second that we approve the agenda with the additions that I read and the deletions that Mr. Barton gave us. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting.
Aye.
Aye. Awesome. The next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda. And this is the approval of our expenditures, county administrator's report, drug court community work program, animal control, fire and rescue, litter control, and building official report. Do I have a motion that we approve those, or do I have any discussions or corrections?
I'll make a motion we approve the consent agenda.
I have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I'll second it, but I'd also like to make a comment.
Okay, it's open for comment.
In looking through our consent agenda, especially in the fire and rescue reports, I think I have been trying to go through those and report. Out of all of the calls that they've had, which is numerous calls of structure fire, diabetic, seizures, traumatic injury, behavioral health, chest pain. What is sad is there was 3 overdose calls, a gunshot stabbing call, and 2 DOA calls, which I'm assuming this is for the month of May, which is sad that things happen like that in our county. We're not a very big county, and probably people wouldn't think those 5 calls, I believe 3, 4, 5, 6 calls was very much, but 1 is too many.
That's right.
And looking forward to our rehab.
Getting up and going.
Yes, yes. That's all my comment.
Thank you. Anyone else got a comment? If no other comment, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall? And I also. Now, we're down to number 5, which is public comment. And anyone wishing to make a public comment by phone, they can dial 276-333-0357. And I think it strolls across the screen also. Do I have anyone for public comment tonight?
Mr. Sturgill, the rules.
Oh, Mr. Sturgill, you want to give the rules? I don't know if anybody's going to speak or not, but I'll let you give the rules.
Okay. There shall be a time limit for each individual speaker of 3 minutes. A representative of a group may have up to 5 minutes to make a presentation. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of his or her presentation. Speakers are not permitted to donate time to others. No speaker's time shall be extended except by unanimous consent or a 2/3 vote of the board members present. Persons appearing before the board will not be allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use profanity or vulgar language. Citizens do have the right to comment on the performance, conduct, and qualifications of public figures. They cannot make frivolous statements, interrupt other speakers, or engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting, or address the board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, or affairs of the county.
Does anyone wish to make a public comment? No phone calls? Last call for public comment. Hearing none, I will close public comment. And we will go to the Little League softball and baseball program. And I put Jelaine down as asking, I don't know who the speaker is going to be, but,
Me, Melanie Myers.
okay.
And Jelaine threw me under the bus. I thought he was going to do this weekend. So, I'm here on behalf of Ridgeview Little League's All-Stars teams to ask for funding to assist our trips to the Virginia State Little League baseball and softball tournaments. Our 9-10 boys and girls teams went undefeated in our district tournaments this year. Our 11-12 boys are currently playing tonight to try and secure their ticket to the state tournament as well. Now, most of our 9-10 girls are here. My 9-10 boys are in Rye Cove supporting their older boys, so we have one here. We've got Grayson, but I think the rest of our team went to Rye Cove to support
Okay.
our older kids. Now, this is an incredible and very rare opportunity for our very small community to have more than one team going to a state tournament. But with this opportunity comes a lot of cost. Our 9-10 boys will be traveling to Woodstock on July the 5th, and our 9-10 girls will be traveling to McLean, Virginia on July the 11th. I know for my team alone, which is the 9-10 boys, our hotel costs are roughly $6,000. And the softball girls are looking at roughly the same amount. We are all actively fundraising. If you were in Clintwood at any point in time yesterday before noon, you probably seen my 9-10 boys out raising money and trying to ask for funds. But we are also looking for the board's support. As a group, we are collectively trying to raise upwards of $15,000. This will cover our lodging expenses, which will take a huge burden off of our parents. Now, we are also very grateful for this opportunity to represent Dickinson County at a state level, especially at such a young age. We do appreciate anything that is given to help these amazing kids to enjoy the trip that they truly have earned and deserve. I don't know if any of you all go by the baseball fields, but very rarely do you see a field empty. It's either baseball or softball practicing all year round, and so they've worked really hard to earn this. We do have our flags with us. We brought our district banners that we won. And like I said, we've got most of our girls here in uniform to represent their side.
We also have certificates to present them. So if they would like to come up here on stage, and would you girls like to come up on stage? And we'll make your pictures and we'll hand out your certificates. And also, if there's any boys, come with them because we have certificates for the boys also.
So here, Grayson, I'm gonna let you take our flag up, buddy, okay? You brought your ring too, I'm so proud of you.
I'm proud of you girls. I have a great granddaughter that plays, so I'm proud of all of them. The giggly one happens to be my granddaughter. So, Dana, will you get a picture of them, and then we might step up and get a picture with them. And,
Aubrey, do you want to put Grayson with you?
the little girl back in the back with the glasses on, I heard she hit one over the fence yesterday. I'm so proud of you, Riley.
Are you ready? Hang on, just a couple more. You're already used to this, huh? Okay.
All right, if you want to, I'll hand out your certificate since I know all you girls. You're last? Oh, honey, you just get used to being a Willis. Where's the coaches at? They're supposed to come up with them.
Yeah, ding dong.
I'm sorry, y'all come on up with them because we have a certificate. And these 3 coaches right here, I have never heard them raise their voice to these children. And that's a compliment to all 3 of them. And they are very patient with these girls, and they've done a great job with them. Coach Cody Mullins, you first. And Coach Keisha Mullins, you second. And Coach Delane Mock. And Kaylee Robinson? Kenley, okay. Kenley, I know. Lucy Yates? Okay, we'll send it to her. Leandra Willis? Carter Slimp?
She's not here.
Okay, we'll send her. Millie Rasnick?
She's not here. She's not here.
Millie's not here. Okay, Marley Mullins. Paisley McPeak. I'm Betty. Carson Mullins. Gracie Edwards. There you go. And these girls got rings for winning the tournament. I know they've got them on, so we're very proud of these girls. Aubrey Boyd. Riley Blair. Harper Blair. And I will give these to the coaches, and you give them to the other girls. And also, Richard's gonna give out the boy. Which one of the boys do we have here?
Grayson.
Grayson. And then we'll send the rest of them by. Okay, Melanie. You probably have one in here, Melanie. I'm gonna give you these to give to the boys. You wanna read the boys' name? We'll read them so you'll know who the boys' team is.
Did you mix the girls and the boys up?
No, I don't think so, did I? No, I give out all the girls.
Okay.
They
Brandley
play at Rock
Homeacre,
Cove right now. Let me check the scores. I've been trying to get it.
Hunter Byers, Connor Hall,
Duffield is Rock Cove's little.
Corey Hall,
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
and
Eli Mullins,
it is student
Hudson Green, Jebediah Gibson, Jace Kelly, Axel Deal, Maddox Gilbert, Riker Sutherland, and also we've got Coach Chris Fires, Coach Russell Kelly, and Coach Ed Deal.
Did you have Grayson? Yeah, you gave them. Okay. And their coaches aren't here either, right?
They are not. They all went to watch our 11-12 boys and cheer them on. Our 11-12 boys came to our tournament and cheered us on, so they returned the favor.
Would the board like to get behind these girls and have a picture made with them?
Yeah, Mama, come on.
It don't matter.
They're a pretty bunch of girls.
They work like
Mine is 30. Yeah, mine is 30.
Grayson, I'll hang out with you, baby, since we're on base.
I guess we're staying close, don't we?
Banner.
No, I stand behind.
Grab the banner, Lily.
Get all of us.
So you can show your ring off.
Show your ring.
I can't see the coach in the back. There we go.
You need us to go closer?
No, you're good. Okay, everybody look at me. Can I get next to you, Miss Shelby, to move over just a little bit towards? Cutting off part of your hair. I'm trying not to. There we go. Okay, got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, girls. Good luck.
Education on your tournament.
Good luck, girls.
Hey, let's go.
Bring us back a banner if you stay, okay?
Go.
And boys, we're so proud of both of you. Are you gonna be chairman?
Phenomenal and so did the boys. I hate that they have to be sick, but they love to support their friends
And we will consider giving something for you all.
we do appreciate
All
it
right.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, got you. Now we are down to VDOT again. VDOT Department of Transportation update.
Okay,
Is Alan up again?
I'm up again for just a couple of minutes
All
here
right.
or less. I'm gonna ask Wade to come up in a minute and go over the update with you in detail. I've just got a few just general comments I was going to provide to you.
Okay.
One is I wanted to talk about a couple of things that we got going on, just to kind of address with the maintenance things that we've got here in the county. We've been working on patching. Some of our big ticket things that we've been doing is our patching, and we've been doing some paving, and we've got our slurry seal, as we call it, which I always remind people there with that. That's slurry seal / latex. That's our thing. It's kind of our version of doing a driveway seal. It's a thin layer of asphalt, and sometimes got like a latex type of emulsion in it, and it protects the surface. It's cheaper than putting a full layer of asphalt on when we don't need to put a full layer of asphalt on. And typically, they say that we can get 6 to 7 more years out of a layer of asphalt by doing that. And same principle again as people do on their driveways when they go and buy that sealer, but ours just a lot more industrialized version of that we put down. Now, the big thing that I wanted to personally discuss, I didn't want Wade to have to, I feel like, take the heat for all of this one, and that is I wanted to talk a little bit about mowing. We recognize that we are behind on mowing this year on our secondary system. We've had some things go on with our contractors, with some delays in getting our contractors in to get the mowing on our secondaries done. We got the first round of the primary mowing done pretty timely. Won't be long till we'll be mowing the primaries again. And the secondaries, though, we know that there's a lot of roads getting weeds laying out in the road and things like that, and we are working to try to get that caught up. We're going to be going to a plan where that throughout the rest of the summer that we're going to be mowing ourselves with our crews out of the Fremont office. So we'll probably have 2 to 4 tractors going and mowing those, and then that'll allow us to, we feel like, get a kind of more of what we expect done with that. Contractors, not to say that they don't know what they're doing or anything like that, but one of the problems that happens with the contracts whenever we put out to mow is that, Mr. Willis, if you were a mowing contractor, you could bid on every county in the state of Virginia if you wanted to. And if you had 5 tractors and you wanted to bid on that, then that's what we did, and you could do, and we would kind of be at the mercy of you as to when you could use your 5 tractors to mow all of it. Now, they don't bid every county in the state of Virginia.
Right.
That was an exaggeration, but we do have our mowing contractors that come in from places like Roanoke, Richmond, Fairfax, even some North Carolina that bid and come in, and they get pretty good chunks of it, multiple counties here in Bristol District. And so it is quite a bit for them to do, and sometimes I'm not sure that they realize the amount of work that they have in front of them to do whenever they bid it. So there's been a few little things happen. You know, we're going through a pretty dry spell really right now, but we had some wet to start off with. And, you know, it seems like we can't have a good balance there. If all the boards could get together and send a petition to the Lord and ask him if he kind of balance our rain out, then we might be a little better off. I don't know. But seriously, that's affected us getting things started there, and so we're doing a little bit of a catch-up there with that, and then some of the delays with them getting here and contractor equipment breakdown, so forth. So I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I'm just giving you what's happened that's out there. So we're working on trying to get that caught up. The thing that I would just say for you to do, if you get any concerns or whatever that are something really, really bad that you want us to know about, if you can either pass them through Larry to us, and then we'll try to update you on where we are with the schedule on those, or try to check into them there. Sometimes a road will get missed along the way is another thing that happens, and we try to get people back to get that done. But that's the big thing, is that I just wanted you to know that we recognize that we're kind of lagging behind on that this year, and we're sorry about that, and we're going to work on trying to get it caught back up for you. So, any questions about that before I get Wade up here to address the rest of it?
I've got a couple of questions, Madam Chair.
Go
That's
ahead,
okay.
Mr. Hall.
The contractor, do they have a certain timeline or anything they need to have the first cut done?
When we issue them a purchase order, they have a 30-day window to complete that work. And the way our contracts are structured, and again, I know the public wasn't here yesterday, but if you remember yesterday, I talked about we've got administrative service type contracts and then construction contracts. These contracts do not have like liquidated damages types of things that's there with them. We have been in cases where that they have been exceeding. We've been talking with our procurement division about filing vendor complaints and so forth with them. The result of that is that they potentially, we don't make that decision locally, but they potentially, that could affect their bidding ability on future contracts, is the kind of, I guess, the penalty that's there with it on there with that. But that's, we can't charge them. If the big question a lot of people ask us is, we can't charge them so much for being over the 30 days getting it done.
Second question is the brush that doesn't get mowed. We have a lot of brush sticking out in the roads that doesn't get mowed with the mowers. It's become very hazardous trying to pass on these roads. And the secondary roads, some of them are barely big enough for two cars to pass anyway. Now we're dodging limbs sticking in the road that don't get mowed with the tractors.
I understand, and that's going to take a greater effort to do that. What we have did this past year is we actually did have a contractor that came in and did some brush work on some routes throughout the county. We're hoping to continue to do that again as we go through this next budget year. Bristol District also does some brush, what they call cycle trimming. And then we also do boom axe work during the wintertime. And I say during the wintertime because typically is when we try to do a lot of that during the summertime, there's so much green vegetation that gets out there, then, you know, the volume of it that we have is a lot more. But that is something that we're trying to prioritize from our higher volume of roads and work our way out. But that's something that I don't see an overnight cure to. It's going to take us many, many years before we can ever get that caught up. But if you've got a route that's a particular concern, we can see if we can't get that onto the our priority list coming up in the year. Okay.
So you're talking about I guess I don't know what you call it, but the arm where you go
That's
over.
what we call a boom axe.
Okay.
Yeah, they've had some problems with the one over here, and we've had some mechanical issues. Those things, they take quite a bit beating, and so they're very, very expensive, like $300,000 piece of equipment. So we can't readily go out and buy one, and because they are so expensive, that's like that. People like Mead Equipment, that's the John Deere places, stuff, they just don't seem to want to just equip one of those and rent it out very easily either. So they're kind of a premium type piece of equipment. But that is something that we also have three different attachments that we've acquired over time to use on those that other than just the bush hog type.
Right.
And so that is something that we're wanting to try to use more and more to try to to do what we can on the road.
I noticed when you come out from 72 on to 83, right there on that guardrail, it's really hard to see as you come out from 72 to 83. You basically have to pull almost in the road
Okay.
in order to see the traffic coming up.
And the intersections are the types of things that we do try to put an emphasis on before we try to just open cut. So
Right.
we'll take a
But
look at
that
that.
is bad. I know, I have a lot of people complain that that needs to be trimmed back there till they can see
We've-
down the road.
They're taking notes. We'll get that on the,
All right,
on the
thank you.
list to look at. Okay.
Anybody? Go ahead.
My husband got out and he trimmed Bice Ridge turn, from Bice Ridge turning on to Katy Ridge. He got out and trimmed that with a weed eater. But the biggest problem, I really appreciate how you've been keeping Katy Ridge. I mean, y'all done a lot. I think you mowed twice maybe. And even today I saw somebody mowing. And then on down from the four-way on 83, going west, you cleaned out around the guardrails and everything. Looks really good.
Yeah, it did look good.
The biggest problem, I think, not only because we need better roads, trees are just, if you go toward 83 gas and grocery, it's like they overlap each other. And it's like you're going through a tunnel.
Yeah, and you've got to have a boom truck in order to do all that, and it's.
Somebody, I
very-
believe, is gonna get killed from these trees, because
That
they're
ain't
just not,
good enough.
a lot of them are on your right of way.
And that's something that's not just here in Dixon County. It's something that all over all of VDOT that we're battling. I'm on a statewide committee with peers and myself that of 9 other districts, and I go and we all have the same issue that we're dealing with there. You go through different times of different focuses of what work is and different leaderships of things over years, and in 36 years I've seen different times of whenever that they've told us to trim, and then we've had times I can remember even where he said we need to let it go back more natural. So whenever you get into things like that, then that affects the whole. Once you ever get behind with trimming, even a tree in your yard, if it gets up too big, then next thing you know, you're fighting a battle trying to get it back under control. And quite honestly, we're fighting a battle to try to deal with all the vegetation that's out there like that. But the biggest thing I can tell you is that, spots like that Miss Willis mentioned and things that's there like that, sight distance things that are stuff there. A dead tree that you're about to see, you feel like it's about ready to fall on the road, let us know, and we'll try to place some priority on trying to see if we can't get that addressed as quickly as our resources will allow.
I don't know who trimmed Caney Ridge, but they sure did a great job of trimming up there and cutting the banks. I think they were out of Scott County. It was a contractor. They did excellent.
Okay. Well, can I
Yeah,
turn
you
Wade
can-
over to you?
yeah, you can turn Wade over
Let you all
to us.
chew on him
Chair,
a
I
little
got one
bit.
more question.
Oh, you got one more question for
Okay.
Is
Alan?
there anything that we can do to lobby for more funding, more personnel for you all to get this stuff done? Can we?
Well, these things are again, one of the things that I remind folks is that we are funded by fuel taxes and title fees and things on vehicles. And these things are made up with a formula that are allocated out statewide. And so whenever you put it all in proportion and blend it all in that formula, then we're getting proportionally what those funds are. So,
Well, you mentioned kind of the leadership thing changes over the years, and they put more emphasis
Well,
on
it's,
certain areas, and
yeah, it's more though, I think what I would say at this point, it's about funds statewide, emphasis on construction versus maintenance, things of that nature that are a lot bigger than all of us probably right here in the room, that involves General Assembly, everyone that, trying to make best use of all the funds that they have. I can tell you that we, proportionally, we may not, as a manager standing here, I would love to have more money. I don't know of any manager in any business that would, you know, including you all here on the board, that would not, that would, you know, probably say we would love to have more money to do more with. But, you know, there are limits on those resources, and I can tell you that proportionally, based upon all the formulas, that, you know, we're getting that. So it would have to take, you know, some kind of change, you know, with, in those realms of things of, you know, and we've had several transportation bills that potentially it could have been worse than what it is now in the last few years. But, you know, we also are affected by inflation, you know, all those types of things that's there with that just the same. So, I'm, you know, when you go up like annually and, you know, to General Assembly, sure, you mention, say, hey, we'd like to see, you know, more funds. But I believe that our local legislators are doing what they can to try to help us as best they can there. So I know that sounded very political in answering, but that is the correct answer. We're getting probably what we, you know.
They're looking after us.
Yeah, we're getting what, according to the formula, of what we're supposed to be getting under the current laws.
Yeah, I just had never, I mean, this is about as bad as I've seen it on some of our secondaries. It's getting
And like I
hazardous
said,
to drive on.
and as I said, I know we can't get everything, but spots that are, you know, really bad, we're trying to address, and then we're trying to make plans to try to work on it as we can. Another thing that affects us too is that environmentally spraying is almost not allowed anymore. We used to, you know, we would spray guardrails, we would spray a lot of the things that when we did trim it, we would spray it and keep it down, and we have a lot of restrictions now, so we can't hardly do any follow-up spraying on anything that we do cut. So it just, it's kind of a daunting task, but I'm glad you know, things that you have concerns with and areas, we try to look and see if we can address it at some point, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stanford.
All right, so, okay, now y'all be just as rough on Wade as you were.
As we have been on you, okay.
Okay.
I think I spoke with most of you guys either yesterday or before the meeting. I came around and spoke to each of you, and I think I probably actually spoke to you about each of these issues on here, but we'll go through them really quick for the public to hear. But and then Alan covered some of this himself, like what our crews have been doing lately as far as patching on secondary roads, grading some of our unpaved roads and putting stone down where it's needed, mowing for site distance complaints and customer complaints, pipe replacements that have been approved by environmental, had crews working on regular work orders or complaints that are called in by citizens. And then some of the specific complaints that we've got from you guys were Miss Willis, you had called in a tree on Flat Top Ridge. We took that tree down and removed it. We removed the debris that we spoke about yesterday on Rock House. I think you said your husband had ran into it or something.
It's like on Canyon Ridge, but it was between Rock House and Rachel Chapel, so they took care of that before we got back from the breaks that day.
Good. Ms. Slush, you had contacted me about some patching, asked about some patching that they may be doing down 72 and Snowball Hollow. I think they have done some of the patching down 72, or they're getting ready to do it, and they are also planning on doing some patching in Snowball Hollow.
I think I mentioned, I was up there yesterday, and Whispering Pine Road, some people call that Snowball Holler, but that's not Snowball Holler.
That's just what I've always called it to myself. I know the roads you're talking about. But
It's been patched, you know, patched, and then the road to Spearhead that we have, that road's pretty good. The only thing is the ditch line, every time we have a good hard rain, it floods terrible right there.
Okay.
The ditch line needs cleaning out.
I've got Dave sitting back here taking notes for me on all this stuff that you bring
That needs
up,
to be
and we'll
cleaned
look
out
at it.
because the Spearhead is at the top of that road. Of course, part of that your road goes to the top, and not to, all the way to Spearhead, but that is quite one of our good tourist attraction
Yeah.
and so forth, and we get a hard rain there, it just, I mean, it's hard to take your car and truck to it, so I would like to see that looked at.
Okay.
It's called Spearhead Road, or?
Well, no, it's called, Snowball Hollow. It is called Snowball Hollow. It's right at right at the intersection of Milton Kills. I think that one goes right. And then Snowball Hollow goes left up to, there's a big truck guy on, Willis been on some trucking there. That is just a bad place to flood. I also have mentioned to you before, Wade, about, I did make a visit out to Kate Creek from the Poodle Joe Bridge on where they're doing that project with the huge slide,
slide.
you know, I mean, I don't know, I don't ever see anybody working there. I mean, it's not your project, it's Virginia Energy project.
Yeah, the Department of Energy
Yeah.
is doing that project, so that.
But you patched from the Pound River up to a certain point, about where my district changes, but it's not been, I mean, you didn't patch it, you paved it.
We paved it.
You
to
paved
the-
it.
Yeah,
So I would like to see that part of the road paved from
Okay.
Poodle Joe Bridge. Of course, I know you're not gonna be able to go past that slide because they got a detour sign up, but I always go on through anyway because I've not got anybody working there. But nevertheless, that is one I would like to see put on the paving schedule. But you've been very nice when I call you, and I appreciate you.
you're welcome, and I know that section of road is one out through there that we would like to get on the schedule. Unfortunately, paving is so expensive, you can tell by the paving schedules that I brought you here, how expensive it is just to pave a mile of road, so unfortunately, it's hard to do a 10-mile section of road. We have to split it up and try to get a mile this year and a mile on down the road.
Where's Sugar Cane? Where is that? Route
What?
603, Sugar Cane.
Route 603. Oh, you're looking at the CST. That is a going towards B. If you take a left on Steve's Branch, Route 603, then you go up to the intersection, make a right, and it
That's
turns
a
into
pretty
Sugarcane. That project update down at the bottom is everything that we covered yesterday, basically, at the coal committee meeting.
Well, I don't see anybody on my district on there, but, and where I'm talking is a lot more residents. But Marion Edwards Road, where's that at?
I would have to look at them.
679?
I'm sorry, Rhonda, I've got 4 counties, you know, and it's hard to keep all the roads straight in my mind, so I'll have to look at the map.
Edwards Road, 679.
I think those are,
Is that up towards your way, Peggy?
That's what I'm thinking, that's in my district. Maybe back Bone Ridge area.
Is Hadley paved, is that in, that's just 100 feet paved.
There's one on there that, we just done minor paving on,
Mhm.
prep for, overlay next year, 2025.
So I sure would, wish you'd look at that Pound River Road there. I mean, that gets a lot of traffic up through there.
Yeah, Dave's got it wrote down, I'm sure, and we'll take a look at it for you, Rhonda.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Ms. Kaiser, you had, I guess you had spoke with Dave about the debris on Alley Road. That we removed some debris out there for you on the Lick Creek side. And then also yesterday at the coal committee meeting, you gave me a list of requests that you'd like us to look into, and I've included answers to those requests in this update here, and we actually spoke before the meeting, so. Mr. Thacker, we spoke yesterday, but just so the public knows, the drainage issue between Pizza Plus and New People's Bank and Hayes High, the property owners are there are signing an easement for us to install a drainage pipe that will take care of the ponding between those two businesses there on Route 80. So we're just waiting on the deed to be recorded for that easement, and then we'll be able to do the construction.
Thank you. That'll be
Yeah.
a big deal for the town of Hayside.
Yeah. It's been a problem for many years, I know.
It has.
Also, we had met out at Splash Dam Church, and we had, our hydraulic engineer from Bristol came out and looked at that, made some recommendations. It's gonna take a little bit of cooperation between us and the church, because there's some work that needs to be done on the private property side, and there's some work from his recommendations that we need to do. So we might have to collaborate a little bit and get back with the people from the church there.
I think they fixed most of the hazard up there temporarily, I
Yeah.
guess, but it looks pretty good. I looked at it today.
Yeah, but from his recommendations, there's definitely still some work that needs to be done.
Thank
Mr. Hall, you had requested about the two drainage situations, one on Bear Pin Road and one, the situation on Brush Creek. I've requested some hydraulic analysis down through there. I'm just waiting on the hydraulic engineer's reports on theirs. Similar to the situation that we had them look at for Richard, and that was less than a month ago, I think. And, I've already got answers back on that situation, so hopefully it won't take much longer.
Since Dave's writing stuff down.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Route 700, I get some complaints. That's one of my higher complaint roads. Y'all
Okay.
did patch it. It's still a pretty rough road. The ditches are filled in. So of course, when it rains, it kind of runs across the road. And then Route 619, the ditches are extremely deep. They've washed out. If a vehicle went, it's all the way up to the pavement. There's no shoulder left. So if somebody went in, the car would pretty much turn up on its side.
619, that's right before you get to Bear Pin, right?
No, 619 is Skeet Rock.
Ski Rock, okay. I'm thinking of,
And 700 is Big Smith Ridge.
okay.
Say deep ditches, Chris, need some
Yeah, there's some extremely
stone or
deep
something in it.
ditches through there, yeah.
And
Yeah.
new look to asphalt condition on Route 700.
Yeah, the shoulder's pretty much gone. If somebody run off, I mean, you're in the ditch, there's no,
I've got several of that deep ditch ones.
But I appreciate you patching Rock House and my part of 72, they've done a lot of patching. And I have a request, and it's not a very big road, it's Stanley Hollow, and I mentioned that to you. It's not been paved in years, and it's not very big, it's off of Crabtree Hollow.
Yeah.
I think it's 624, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, that was one of the roads that needs some attention when you can pave it.
Okay. And Dave and I will be coming over later in the week to look at the situation that you discussed with me yesterday up on 652 in front of the fire department where it narrows.
Yeah, it's 649.
649, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. But, well, you brought the one up going into Tom's Creek too, right? In front of both fire departments. you
Yes,
mentioned.
the fire department up on Sandy Ridge and the
Yeah.
fire department on Caney Ridge.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to come over later in the week and look at those situations. So while we're over here, we'll look at some of the other things that you guys have brought up
Okay.
today. And
if I
try to
could,
get you
Madam
answers
Chair,
as
I
soon as
got one
possible.
more for you to write down since we're writing stuff down. Fairview Road, which is Route 729, that's right past Fair Pin, the next on the right.
Yeah,
There was a drain pipe across the road, and it's got holes in the road where it's washed out. And
okay. I know a flood a couple of years ago done a lot of damage down through there, and we did a lot of work down through there past few years, but we'll go down there and check that one
Yeah,
too.
last fall, somebody stuck a 2x4 in the road, in the hole, so nobody'd run in it.
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
We'll
I
get
think
it
they
checked
patched
out.
some of that, but there's still some holes there that are coming back.
Yeah, well, like I said before the meeting, we're gonna take a look at that slide for you, so we'll go on down and look at that while we're down in there.
Thank you all.
Also, Wade, when you're up there at the Caney Ridge Fire Department, on past Caney Ridge Fire Department, I've got a huge hole. It's a drain pipe. They've done determined it's a drain pipe. But that end must be rusted out. And they used to come by and put some pavement over it, but it hasn't had any over it in several years. And it's a deep hole. And if you meet anyone, you have to go in it.
Okay. And going
it-
towards Wise County, it would be past
Yes,
the fire
it's going on
department?
towards White. I live the first driveway past the fire department on the right, and
Okay.
it's before you get to my house on the
Okay.
right, yeah. And it's on the left as you go up from the fire department.
Okay.
It's on the left of the road. It's right near I think there's a light post or maybe a Verizon pole
Okay.
that sits there right at but I think they determine it's a drain pipe.
Well, we'll check the condition of the pipe, because if they're having to continue putting asphalt over it, it sounds like there
It's
might be
just
a
that
hole in
one
it.
end of
Okay.
it, The rest of it's fine, it's just that one end.
Okay, we'll take a look at it. for
All
you.
right, thank you.
But then continuing the report on the next page, you'll see a breakdown of what kind of work orders that citizens have called in over from January 1st through yesterday. And out of 186 work orders for the year to date, calendar year to date, we've closed 155 of those and have 31 remaining open. Sometimes, and you'll see our average days to close on some of these. Some of those can be longer because they might require environmental permitting or something for that type of work. So sometimes you run into longer wait times to close work orders. But we just wanted to include that breakdown in there so you could see what kind of work complaints that we're receiving. The next page is just a breakdown of what the Fremont crew has done. That crew split up in a Hayside crew and a Clintwood crew. This is some of what they've accomplished over the last month. Again, it was, like we discussed earlier, it's been a lot of patching, a lot of spot mowing, and those sorts of things over the past month. And then the last 2 pages of the report, I think I spoke to everyone about it except for Shelby. I didn't get to mention it to you. Those last 2 pages are what's on our paving schedule. The next to last page will be what's on the schedule to be done this summer. The top is what's going to be latex, like Alan said. That's kind of like sealing a driveway, just a little more industrious. On the bottom is what will be asphalted this summer, with a total of what's being invested in the county for treating roads. And then the next page is what will be latexed and asphalted for next summer, along with the total of what's invested in the county next summer.
624 is, Paint Creek, isn't it?
I think so, Rhonda.
I see you got 624 for 2025. 624.
Yeah, look, we've got 3 different sections on it for 2025 that will be latexed.
You've got 3 sections, yes.
And again, a lot of times when we put these into the system, you might see it on there multiple times, but when we go out and measure these and put them into our asphalt system, we have to think, well, we're only going to get so much allocation, so we need to split these up into smaller sections. So we might have to hand pick worse sections that are worse than the others. But luckily, we were able to get 3 sections in a row on that one.
The question I have for you is, this type of report, is this beneficial for you?
Yes, very
Very
beneficial, yes.
Appreciate y'all coming over.
So if it's okay with you all, we'll plan on coming back quarterly, and we'll come back again in September then, I guess, Larry.
Be great.
We just kind of plan on this. Go back over and give you updates on where we are and everything getting ready for the fall.
We'll look forward to you coming back, September. And we appreciate y'all coming over and taking your time. And sorry had to keep you so long, but it's just been a busy schedule and
Yeah.
we got quite a bit more to go.
I think all of you have mine and David's number, so
We do,
if you have any
yes.
questions.
And I appreciate both of you
You're
for
welcome.
answering back quickly when I have to call.
Sure.
My
Thank
phone's
y'all.
been kind of quiet with road issues lately. Yes,
Can I interrupt this for a minute?
yeah, you may.
I think this is in Chris's district, but before you get to the marina on the lake road, there's a large dip in the road. And I get a lot
That thing's been there as long as I can remember.
Yeah, but I think it's getting worse.
Yeah, my
You know,
boys
I think my
complain
brother
about it
was
all the
last
time.
week, and it almost brings wheels off the ground, but it just, I don't know if you're coming down the hill, it's just I don't know, if it probably gets down 3 feet.
Yeah, it's been there for as long as I can. It
It's
is
been
kind of,
there a
it's
long
bad right now. It's getting worse. It's
Yeah.
about
Yeah, but it's gonna need addressed.
I know the area you're talking about, so we'll go out and look at it for you.
it's about a quarter mile before you get to the marina there.
Okay, and that is in your district, correct? Okay.
Well, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Wade, and I appreciate everything that y'all do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you,
all.
guys.
And appreciate you coming over today.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all.
And I hope our team didn't beat some of your all's children.
I hope you did.
They went undefeated.
We'll see y'all.
All right.
Thank you.
Do y'all need a break?
No, I'm all right.
I know we got a long agenda. Anytime you need a break, just let me know. Okay. And we're down to new business number 7 on the agenda. Okay, I'm right. 7A is a deed of easement for IDA for a portion of the Chip Mill Road paving. It's just self-explanatory, right?
It is, Madam Chair. This would allow, because this portion of the road is gonna be paved and be taken into the VDOT system in the future. The IDA owns that land, so they're giving the easement right away to the county so that this
Can be
Taken-
taken care of,
taken care of.
okay. So I would need a motion to that effect that we allow this easement to take place, deed of easement.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve this deed of easement from IDA, a portion of the Chip Mill Road for paving. And is there any discussion or any questions concerning this? Hearing none, I'll ask for a roll call vote. Mr. Hall? Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
And I also. And we're down to appointments, and the first appointment is, I think Lester Hill resigned from the Cumberland Plateau Planning District, and he's a citizen's appointment. And that's the first thing. Do I hear a name to be placed in for the appointment for Cumberland Plateau Planning District citizens appointment?
I'd like to nominate Patsy Jones.
I will second that motion.
It doesn't have to have one.
You don't have to have one, that's right.
No. Is there any other motions, or any other appointments?
Did Lester,
He's,
he
he is,
resigning from the tourism too, or something?
yeah, he's retiring, and he's given up everything except, the equalization, the electoral
Electoral
board.
board.
Yeah. Mhm. Hearing none, Patsy, what did you say her last name?
Patsy Jones.
Patsy Jones. Okay, we have a nomination for Patsy Jones. And I hear no other nominations, so how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
And I also. So it will be Patsy Jones. The next thing on the agenda is a tourism appointment, and that was also, he resigned from that one also. And do I hear any nominations to replace Lester Hill on the tourism?
I'd like to nominate Doris Rife.
Any other nominations? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
How do you vote, Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. So Doris Rife will be the new tourism appointment to fill the expired term of Lester Mullins, which expires August the 22nd of 26. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Public Service Authority, and I believe that's Mr. Thacker's appointment.
It is. I would like to reappoint Grant Belcher.
Okay, I don't have to have a second on that, do I?
Correct.
Okay. It's your appointment, so we will vote on, I'm not gonna take any other nominations for that. How do you vote, Ms. Luss, on Grant Belcher? How do you vote, Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And I also. And then we have an appointment for the Planning Commission. And that appointment is Lucille Green, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this board active?
It has not been active since COVID, but we're in the process of getting it started back up.
You're getting it started back, okay.
Yes.
Do I hear a nomination for the Planning Commission?
I think that is my Irvington District appointment, and I would like to reappoint Lucille Green.
Do you not have anybody on Irvington?
Alan Compton had been on there, and then after he deceased, I put Lucille. But I don't have anybody else on there.
I don't have an appointment on that board at all.
Yeah, these aren't district appointments.
Oh,
Technically,
okay.
it's been operated as district appointments, I think.
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking
Over
with,
time, but
But they had never been district
they're not
appointments
technically district
until
appointments.
just lately they started doing them as district, but it was
Correct.
just it was all district appointments,
Yes, ma'am.
from the time I've been on the board.
That's
Who did
correct.
you want to nominate?
put Lucille Green.
She's gonna put Lucille Green
I
back
nominated
on.
Lucille Green to go back on there. I visited her today, and she made mention that it hadn't met, but I also told her that I thought you was working on having a meeting, and she's willing to serve
So
again.
that board hasn't met since COVID?
No. It started back up.
Okay. Do I have any other nominations for that appointment? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker? And Ms. Luss? And I also. Okay, now I have a resolution on the casino funds. And let me see. Is there anything I need to list on that,
Madam
or?
Chair, the Bristol Transportation District Regional Improvement Commission, that's a representative from each of the 14 localities represented that the funding is split between. For our records, we're asking for a resolution on how the county is using the money. Of course, this is in our budget for
Right.
education and public safety is how our money's being used, and we just report back to the commission, that's how we're using it.
How we're using ours.
Mhm.
Okay, I need a motion to pass the resolution then.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second to pass the casino funds resolution?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Luss? How do you vote, Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the proposed settlement of the opioid-related claims against Kroger and its related corporation. So we are just, you want to explain it, Mr.?
Sure. This is a
Sure.
resolution that came from the law firm that's representing us in litigation. With that being said, this was a resolution that was requested from each of the localities to pass. Depending on participation level is how much would end up coming back to Dickinson County, because this is nationwide litigation. They're hopeful that $28 million will come back to the state of Virginia, and then they've got an allocation formula as far as what would ultimately come back to Dickinson County. And I believe it's like 0.9%, something around there as far as Dickinson County, as far as the formula that they used. And then obviously cost, expenses, attorney's fees come out of that from that as well.
From the 28 million, right?
Correct. It's their recommendation that Dickinson County passes this resolution. They recommendation to all the localities that they represent in the state of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgill. So I would need a motion to adopt this resolution.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the resolution.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is to approve the secondary six-year plan for fiscal year 2025 through 2026 through 2029 and 2030 budget. We have a motion to approve their secondary plan.
I'll make it. I'll make that motion.
All right. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve their VDOT secondary plan. Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Now, we deleted 4, so we're on number 5. The annual plan for water sewer, July 1st of 24 through June of 30th. And this was what you found in the Code of Virginia.
Yes, ma'am, and the PSA in town of Clintonwood has provided their information to us on how they intend to use the money, and according to the Code of Virginia, the Board of Supervisors has to adopt.
We have to adopt
this
the
resolution.
resolution to approve their plan,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Correct.
All right. Do I hear a motion to approve those plans? And I'm sure y'all have read them, and all it is they pull the severance out of the regular PSA budget and the town budget
Right.
and separated it.
And it shows how
It
those
shows
severance
how
funds are
the
used.
severance money is being
Yes,
uh,
the different
spent.
projects.
This been done before, Shirley?
It has
Do
not,
I-
this.
This is a new thing, isn't it?
it
It's
is something
new.
It's been in the code for some time, but, we discovered that we weren't.
I talked to Ron about it, and he said, we've always had a plan, but nobody's ever asked for it.
Well, where does Clintwood, where's their request to do
Glenwood
what?
has two,
What is it? I don't.
well, it was
It's,
sent out
it's their plan that they
separately.
plan to
They are
spend their
doing-
severance
They are
money.
doing an upgrade to the water line behind Flemingtown Market, the road one where Teresa
That's why I
lives.
said, where's that at on here? I don't see it.
It's a separate plan that was sent out separate, so we may not have a copy. Here
I
in
know
this
they
packet. I'll
mentioned to
bring a
me
copy
they
of
wanted
it.
to do some upgrade,
But we got
replace.
that one, and then Foxtown Loop, they're actually redoing some line there, so it'll allow them to be able to turn off sections of the water line and not have to turn everybody off.
I
as they
saw
leave,
theirs,
so
I don't know where I saw it
What
at, but
is
I
this?
did see it.
I'll print a copy and
I must-
Larry?
here for us. Yes,
Did,
ma'am.
did this mean that, I see PSA's got a lot more money and that's, I know they have a lot more customers. Does this mean that Clintwood's got a little bit more money this time?
No, it's
No.
still the 90%,
90.
10% split, the way it's always been, so.
I don't know. Oh, it's still just like it was?
Yes, they
And
still
nothing
got the
changes.
same amount.
Same amount of money, and it's paid from the treasurer's office, the way it always has been. It's just, we're asking them to provide a plan on how they intend to spend the money, and the board
Didn't
has to.
Mr. Lambert send a letter requesting a 20%?
He did, and during budget season,
It was
we,
denied.
I presented a copy of that to the board, and then no action was ever taken on it, so.
We denied it. We didn't deny it, did we?
We didn't approve
No,
it.
no action was ever taken. I mean,
Since I represent part of the Clintwood district, I'd like to see them get more money to be able to do more work.
Ms. Celeste,
Yes.
the town of Clintwood needs to,
They did raise their water rates this week, I think it
but
was.
not in the town.
Huh? They
Not
raised
in-
their water rate.
They did what raised their water, that's been their problem, that they couldn't borrow money, is the rates were so
Yeah.
low that they couldn't, borrow money. But, it wasn't approved, and I don't think we can go back now and do it since
You know,
we've
it's not on-
already
it's not
approved
on
our
the agenda,
budget.
But, you know, that was distributed to the board during budget season, and, you know, no action was ever taken.
Well, can we ask Mr. Lambert to come in and talk to us about that?
No, I don't
You know,
think
we
so.
can add him to a future agenda if the board so desires to do that, so.
He's expressed to me a desire for, oh, well, Donald Baker did too, but so has Mr. Lambert. I would like to see them put on an agenda and address this matter. I mean, they just finished replacing the water lines out Baker Ridge, which was a big help to the people residents on Baker Ridge. Then they replaced the water line from Mullins Ridge all the way, because it went through the woods. And then.
Let's see, Ms. Sluss, let's move on, okay? Because actually, we discussed that during our budget, and we have several more things yet to go over. So if it's okay, we will go on with, did we vote on the water and sewer?
We have not, if we go ahead and vote on this
Okay,
one
we had
separately
a
for the
discussion, okay.
PSA here, and then Dana's bringing up the one for, the town of
Clintwood,
Clintwood. that are
okay.
needed here, but
So you want a copy of Town of Clintwood before we vote?
If you wanna go ahead and vote on the PSA, and then we can vote on the town of Clintwood.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the PSA, at McClure, the one. Let's vote on it to approve theirs. If
got
I
one
have a
question.
motion to approve
Madam
it.
Chair, can I ask Larry one question here about this?
Yes, you may.
This VRA, that's just a loan payback. Can
It's
they
a loan.
use those funds for that?
They
Is that
can, yes,
acceptable?
they can, because that was for, you know, like this first one here, Hazel Mountain VRA is $18,000. And those funds are going to fund the water line, you know, installation or replacement, so that is.
So they took out a
eligible
loan
use.
to do the work, but they pay
They
it back
have to
with
pay,
this
they pay it
money?
back with this money, which is an eligible use, yes.
Thank you, Matt.
And I think out of there, they've got about $512,000 worth of loan payments, you know, on qualifying projects, so.
That lets them be working on the projects as to wait for this money.
Correct.
Okay.
Because a lot of the areas that the PSA does, are areas that are very remote and are picking up, you know, fewer houses, so it's, you know, expensive per connection to do a lot of these, and, you know, to be able to get a loan to do that's about the only way to get it accomplished, so.
I'll make the motion if you're ready for
To
the motion.
approve the PSA?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second to approve the PSA water and sewer
I say,
plan? All right. I have a motion and a second. Any more discussions on, PSA? Hearing none. How do you vote, Ms. Celeste? Mr. Thacker?
aye.
And Mrs. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall? And I also.
In the town of Clintwood, their allocation is $53,450, which is, you know, 10% of what's coming in. They have two projects, new construction, Foxtown Loop water line replacement, $50,000, and Flemingtown Market water line upgrade, $50,000. That is the total cost of the project, but that's how much they're estimating to use out of the severance funds for each one of those, so
Their allocation is $53,000.
$53,450.
So do you want to go ahead
Yes,
and
and they don't have
approve
the hard
that
copy here in a
without the
minute. That's the
copy?
only difference in the one you're looking at here, so.
Y'all want to see the copy, or do you want to go ahead and vote?
That's what it is. We can put the hard copy in here with this for our oh, here she comes.
PSA, let's just get those. We apologize, I apologize
you,
for
Larry.
missing this one, I didn't give it to Teresa, so.
Thank you, Larry. Well, they were late getting theirs in, I think, after she did good. Okay, since we have a copy now, is are we ready to vote their construction for their lines are $53,450? Do I have a motion to approve their,
I'll make a motion to approve this.
okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
A motion and a second to approve the one for the town of Clintwood. How do you vote, Mr. Hall? Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
And
Moving over to our addendum now on this.
Yeah.
the other is the resolution for coal, gas, and improvement. Is that where I'm at now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is the resolution we got this afternoon.
Yes, this is the one that Richard's the chair of the Coal and Gas Road Improvement Committee, and it's the resolution they approved at their meeting yesterday, and then, the Board of Supervisors just did a resolution approving what they approved yesterday, so.
Do I have a motion for us to approve the resolution that the coal road and gas passed yesterday?
I'll make that motion.
All right. And I have a second. This is the resolution that they passed yesterday. We were all here yesterday in the audience. And this is the motion that they approved for those to spend the severance, coal
Yes,
road
ma'am.
and coal road and,
Yes, exactly what they did
Yes.
yesterday.
do I have a second? Well, I'll second it. Okay, so is there any discussion on this resolution? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall? Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
And I also. And now we're down to insurance renewal, and it's that time of year. And the first one is our VACO insurance renewal for 2024 and 2025.
Madam Chair, we talked about this as a group during the budget workshop and looked at the increases that we had. This is all in the budget, all been talked about in the workshop. We did make a change for our discussion. We changed our deductible for automobiles. We increased that. We increased the deductible on buildings somewhat to save a little bit of money on that. So this is really what we talked about in the budget
In our
workshop.
budget,
The total
yes.
annual contribution would be $274,864. And that covers all of our work comp, all of our automobile insurance, liability insurance, vehicle insurance, like that. So,
Do I have a motion to approve our insurance renewal for 24 and 25?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a motion to have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
I also. Now we have to vote on the fiscal year 2024, 2025 volunteer firemen's insurance renewal.
Madam Chair, again, we spoke about this during the budget workshops, and, again, we've seen increases on this policy as well.
Yes.
But we did increase our deductibles there as well to bring the renewal from $102,471 down to $97,677, saving a little bit of money by doing that. As we reviewed prior claims and stuff, we felt like this would be the best route to go, so we're just asking for approval of our volunteer firemen's insurance renewal for their vehicles and equipment.
I'll make that motion to
Okay.
approve the volunteer, 24 to 25 volunteer firemen's insurance renewal.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I hear a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless? And I also. Now we have the ESSER agreement. Is that how you say that?
ESRI, we call it ESRI.
ESRI.
ESRI agreement, and if I might, Madam Chair, on this,
Go ahead.
there was two options presented to you in the board packet. And of course, ESRI is what Ms. Hall uses in the Commissioner's office as far as with the mapping, and then Cassie, also uses Esri for the 911 mapping and things. When we renewed this 3 years ago using COVID funds, Ms. McAmis came over and presented to the board and told about all the features that it had and how it could be used for, mapping the fire hydrants, the PSA lines, things like that. And we renewed with the enterprise agreement, and that's what we're recommending. Mr. Mullins is traveling back from training right now and wasn't gonna make it back in time for the meeting. But we are recommending the 3-year commitment on this, and with the 3-year commitment, they're discounting the first year from $16,000 down to $11,000. We just pay a year at a time on this. And this would give us the enterprise agreement with the additional users. It also would give the PSA the ability to continue their work to add all their information to the GIS system. The other option before you that's included in your packet is going to be the 1-year renewal, which is just the bare minimum, 3 users for creators and 1 on the viewer. On that smaller license, not as much ability, but it's $13,131 for that 1-year renewal on that versus, the other's gonna be a discounted at $11,000 the first year and then $16,000 the second 2 years. So, we are recommending continuing, because we're putting a lot of effort into the GIS and mapping, trying to get where we need to be, so.
So you're recommending the 3-year plan?
3-year, yes, ma'am. And they will provide some training to us with this 3-year plan.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I would need a motion to decide which agreement that you all are, or that the board desires to take.
Make a motion, we use the 3-year plan.
Have a motion to use the 3-year plan. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a second. Any discussion?
Does that, you said PSA, that still gives them abilities to add their water
Yes.
meters, fire hydrants?
That's my understanding. It gives them the ability to do their mapping as well with this software.
You know if
So,
they've done any mapping so
No,
to my
far?
knowledge, they've not.
No, we haven't. I'm sure they haven't.
To my knowledge, they've not.
So that's something we need to work on and get all that put
We
in.
do, and I think, they hired a new director yesterday, I think it was, and, once he gets started and, gets his feet on the ground and settled in, and we'll try to plan a meeting with, Mr. Mullins, myself, and Ms. McAmis.
And
the
see
new
what we
director,
can do with that.
and try to get them on board with this. So I
Yes.
think it'd be very beneficial for them, and, like Richard with merger management, with,
Well, economic
economic development, things, there's a lot of areas that tie together with that, so.
Thank
Okay. Did we vote on that? We had a motion and a second and the discussion. So are we ready to vote on this then, or is there any other discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Lester?
Aye.
How do you vote, Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Now, the next thing on the agenda, let me get my paper, John, is the MOU between the Industrial Development Authority and the Board of Supervisors for the Opioid Abatement Authority grant.
And Madam Chair, members of the board, this MOU is for the grant that we were recently awarded from the Opioid Abatement Authority. And in doing so, the grant is awarded to the Board of Supervisors, but as you know, the IDA generally does, any work that we do, we kind of hand that down to the IDA to do the construction projects and handle that. They can do it more efficiently and cheaper than we can with hoops we have to jump through. But in order to do that with opioid abatement funding, then we have to have an MOU between ourselves and the IDA to provide to them to allow that. So that's basically what this is stating that they will be doing the work for the Board of Supervisors on this.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. What is the pleasure of the board?
I make a motion that we approve the MOU between the IDA and the Board of Supervisors on the opioid abatement authority grant.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Memorandum of understanding.
Okay. I have a motion and a second that we approve this MOU between the Industrial Development Authority and the Board of Supervisors. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Celeste, how do you vote? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall?
Aye. Aye.
And I also. Okay. Consultant fee is next. Okay, let me get up.
Madam Chair, if I might share on this one again, this
All
is
right.
from Commissioner Mullins had sent this to us, and currently, most counties around us are working with Rodney Craig with Pritchett and Abbott, and currently, our agreement with them is through Scott Sexton. He kind of procured them and done that. So in order to continue for tax years 24 through 27, this agreement is estimated to be $3,000 per year. It's an hourly rate, but it's not to exceed $5,000. And Rodney Craig and his team there are kind of the subject matter experts when it comes to valuation of gas assets and things like that. They'll represent us with the Equalization Board, help Commissioner Mullins with a lot of the things that he's working on and a lot of the issues, that's come up with this. So I think, for the money, this is a very valuable service that
Yes, it is.
benefit us.
What is the pleasure of the board about this consulting and confidentiality agreement between Dickinson County Commissioner of Revenue and, is it between, Pickard and Abbott, yeah,
And Abbott, and of course,
Yeah.
we're having to sign, the commissioner has already signed his portion,
okay.
but we have to agree as a board of supervisors
To
provide
approve
payment
it.
for the funds.
Okay.
So,
What is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make that motion that we
I'll second it.
consult in confidential agreement
Okay. Payment for the fees,
for the fee, $3,000.
yes. You second it?
Yes, I'll second
Any
it.
discussion?
Got one question. Scott Sexton brought them, that's who they use?
yes, currently, that's who Scott Sexton had used to help with remedying some of the issues that we had before, so.
So they work for him, not the county.
No, currently, Scott has an agreement with them, but this would bring it all back to Shelley as far as agreement with Shelley and Rodney Craig kind of thing.
Okay, so that would,
But we have to approve it. Yes. Have a motion and a second. Any more discussion on this? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste? Aye. Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall?
aye.
And I also. Okay, now we have other business, and this is to schedule a public hearing, and that was on our,
It's on the agenda, item 8A, to schedule a public hearing on behalf of fallen EMS, and this would require, an ordinance to be passed. We'd have to advertise and do a public hearing, and that would allow a real estate tax exemption for
fallen
yes,
EMS.
the widowed spouses of a fallen E EMS.
I'll make that motion that we schedule a hearing.
Okay. I have a motion to schedule public hearing on this. Do I hear a second?
That would be on July 23rd meeting at 5:55 PM, so.
I'll
5:55. You second it?
Yes.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Celeste?
Aye.
And I also. Okay. Now that is also on this one, right?
Yeah,
The
8B.
Sheriff's Department, pursuant
Fleming's
rural
here.
development grant for law enforcement vehicles.
Sheriff Fleming,
You want to speak on that, Mr. Freeman?
I wasn't hardly paying attention, I apologize.
sorry.
That's
The
okay.
rural development grant. I just thought while you
That
were
rural
here, you wanna
development
speak on it,
grant.
I can share.
Oh,
Rural
yeah.
development requires the board to,
Approve it,
Yeah,
the grant?
that's the same grant we applied for.
'Cause we got a
last
match.
3-4 years later.
3 or 4 years, and, it wasn't 100% this current year, it's 50/50, and we got $25,000, which is tremendous in helping us with replacing patrol cars,
And
so
we've been successful each year.
we have
So,
been.
I mean, it's free money. Trying to get free grant money.
Take advantage of it.
I mean, on a vehicle, we're gonna need anyway. We're gonna
Correct.
purchase down the road somewhere, why not utilize free grant money?
We've got $180,000 budgeted, from what I remember, in the sheriff's office budget.
For new vehicles.
For vehicles.
Replacement.
So our 25 match would come out at 180.
And what it requires, if you remember the board, a couple of years ago, any grant that required a match to come with it, then before they apply, they have to come and ask the board. But also, rural development has to have, commitment from the board.
Before
that
they
will pay the
can
match
get
on
the
it,
grant,
so.
yes.
Due to so many requests, it has been reduced. I think the last couple of years, it's 50,000.
Yeah.
Thank
We're
you.
very blessed to get it.
Sure.
You will.
What's the match on that?
50/50 right now.
It's a 50/50 grant. But we
$25,000.
put it in our budget, correct? We
We
did.
have $180,000 for
Yes.
vehicle replacement right now in the budget.
What's the pleasure of the board?
I'll make that motion that we,
Approve it.
yes.
Do I hear a second? I will second it. Is there any discussion on the 50/50 grant for a vehicle for the replacement for the sheriff's department? Hearing none, Ms. Suss, how do you vote? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall? And I also. Okay, now I'm down to Paramount, correct? Is that the next thing on the agenda, Paramount? 8C
Yes.
is the Paramount. Do you want to go over that? It came in late this
I will came
afternoon.
late this afternoon, it was after lunch. Mr. Paul Mullins had given me a call, and they are putting a portable concrete batch plant at Strip 88, and they have to apply for an air permit through DEQ. And as part of that application, which I've not seen since I've been here on this, but it requires the local governing body to sign off that, their plan here is consistent with any applicable laws and ordinances. And everything that we've reviewed, as far as, we don't have anything that would prohibit it, like with our zoning or with anything like
And
that.
And I've looked at it as well, and I'm in agreement.
I didn't think we have zoning in the town of Clintwood, and I think that's the only one. But we don't have any zoning
Where are they
outside
gonna
the
put
town.
this at, Larry?
It's Strip 88.
Strip 88.
It's kind of on
On Indian
Ailey,
Creek.
isn't it?
Huh?
On the Indian Creek.
Indian
Okay.
Creek. I didn't know where it's at. I thought it was on Ailey. I
It
wasn't
would
sure.
be
about it.
to,
But you think
they
it's
would
on
use that,
Indian Creek?
grout their auger holes like on the surface mounting.
Yeah, it just fills up they use it to fill up those holes
Yeah.
where they auger.
You know where the previous, where they're getting concrete to do that now?
Do not.
That would be my only objection to this, is in this paperwork, their suggestion to use Wright Concrete,
They said the plant would be owned and operated by Wright.
which I think is a Pikeville, Kentucky place when there's concrete batch plant. There's only one, I guess, in Dickinson County, which is here in Clintwood,
But I wish they used one.
which I'd like to see them use local. And when I worked for McClure Concrete back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, they did have a portable plant because they set a portable plant up at Red Onion. So whether they still have that, and I've not worked for the company since '08, so, but that would be my only thought on this, is somewhere to work with the local concrete.
But we don't have any control over what Paramount does. I'm sure they bid it out or go to the cheapest
Probably.
one that they can.
And I know
Yeah.
I've heard of a couple of people in the county buying concrete from Wright Concrete, so they probably are cheaper, but I don't know how much.
But we don't have any control over who they choose.
But if they put equipment in the county, it is going to be subject to machinery and tools tax and things like that.
Right.
So we would get that revenue off of it.
Right.
When Paramount puts this in, Wright's gonna run the plant.
It says in their narrative here, it'd be owned and operated by Wright Concrete.
So they would be buying the concrete off of Wright. So is that
You set
subject-
up a portable plant and you bring in your cement mix and your gravel and your sand and then you have somebody on site that when that company is ready for it, you mix it, and you're right there, there's no travel time.
Like when Marty sells concrete, we get 1% of the sales tax off of it. They charge sales tax on concrete.
Well, yeah, there'd be 1%, you know,
Yeah.
because of the locality, yes.
So if they set this up, we'll get 1% of what they sell.
Plus you'll
Our
get
money.
the machinery and tools
Right,
taxes,
if
say.
it's, you know, it's
But we
operated by
wouldn't have
right
no
equipment, it's
control
on the
over who they
paramount,
use.
Sales tax, then
Yeah.
there's 1% come to the locality.
Get that 1%, if that's the way that works,
Plus the machinery. and
plus
tools
the
tax.
machinery and tools.
We can't control it, but it's good that the public knows that we would like to have seen them to use in county.
True.
And
What
they may,
is
and they
the-
may be watching, so they know that I think that they should use in county.
Do you agree?
Okay, what is the pleasure of the board in, passing this, I guess it's a permit, air permit for
Giving us authority to sign off on the air permit application through DEQ,
for
so.
Paramount Coal County's, Strip 88.
Right concrete and construction may be
So do I have, a motion to approve or disapprove or whatever?
I make a motion, we approve the permit for Paramount.
I have a motion, do I have a second to approve the permit? I will second that motion. Is there any more discussion on this permit?
Madam Chair, I'd like that.
All right,
They got this to you today. We didn't have time to look over it and review it and.
I forwarded it to Will, and Will
I know.
reviewed it, so.
I
Yeah,
reviewed it and looked at the ordinances, because that's actually what we're certifying, is that they're in compliance with the ordinances.
any
They
other
said why they
discussion?
Waited so late to get it to us. Board meetings or just circumstances work that way, you don't know.
Of course, and they don't know our board schedule, you know, board meetings, or don't know, what the cutoff time is for agendas and things like that, so.
I don't like doing that stuff and not having time to review them, you know.
I mean, you can table it till next month if you so desire, so.
You're okay with everything, Bill, there? Looks-
I am, yes, I looked at everything, and it,
Basically, our only thing that we're doing, as Will said, is we're saying that they're in compliance with what ordinances we
With
have.
the
It isn't up to us whether they should
ordinances.
put the plan, or who should operate it, or anything like that. You know, our sole thing in signing off on this
Yeah.
application is that their proposed plan in this meets our ordinances and local guidelines.
I have
That's
a
it.
motion and a second. Any more discussion? Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Well, I don't know exactly. I sort of agree with Chris. I think we need to look at it a little bit.
Well, that's what we have a county attorney for. That's what we're paying him for. And the only thing we're approving is the ordinances of these.
We're just signing, when you look at where, you know, we sign off on, it says, over here.
And
The
I just-
undersigned local government representative certifies to the consistency of the proposed location and operation of the facility described above with all applicable local ordinances adopted pursuant to Chapter 22 of Title 15.2 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended as follows. And you either check A, the proposed facility is fully consistent with all applicable local ordinances, or B, the proposed facility is inconsistent with applicable local ordinances. See attached information. So,
I don't know why why they have to have an air permit from DEQ? Is that what they're asking, Will?
yes, it's an application through DEQ,
But we have to approve
Why
the
do they-
ordinances on the,
Does it
I
produce
guess
some kind of
the,
air? I don't know anything about that. Peggy probably knows more about concrete than I do, but does that produce some kind of air pollution?
The cement will make it's cause cement's powder. I mean, when they dump it in there, you'll see stuff fly.
It'll make a little dust,
It make a little dust.
but
The
it's on a
cement
strip
will.
job, so.
But it wouldn't affect the people that live around there.
Nobody lives on 88th Street.
Okay, I vote aye.
Mr. Thacker,
Aye.
and Ms. Kaiser,
Aye.
and Mr. Hall,
Aye.
and I also.
I just couldn't read a concrete rule, tell you how many yards you needed. But that'd been a long
You
time.
know more about it than I do. I never heard of such a thing.
It's been a long time.
Well, they had one out here when they built this building out here, didn't they?
I'm not sure, they may have. So.
Because there's a concrete thing sitting out here now.
When they grout wells, they
Yeah.
grout wells that they,
Okay, let's move on to the adoption. We took care of everything on this, correct?
We did,
That
yes.
was the last thing on that except
Back
closed
and done.
session.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, okay. The next thing that we have on the agenda is to approve our budget amendment that we had the public hearing on. Do I have a motion to approve our budget amendments
Yeah,
that
I'll make a
Mr.
motion
Thacker
we
or
approve our budget
Mr.
amendment.
Barton went over?
I'll second.
A motion and a second to approve our budget amendment. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mr. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Sless?
Aye.
And the Board of Supervisors ordinance is the next thing of the adoption. Do we want to approve the Board of Supervisors salary ordinance to leave it as is? Correct?
I'll make a motion, we leave it as is. Approve it.
What's that, that says,
Do I hear a second?
yes,
You second it?
oh, yeah, I'll second it.
Okay. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, Mr. Hall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Sless?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on the agenda is the fiscal year 2024-25 General Fund, Coal, Gas, and Road Improvement Fund, and the E911 budget that we amended.
So
No.
this is the ones that will be adopted for fiscal year 25.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, where we do have, this is different, the amendment that we just did, there wasn't anything in the amendment that affected these gentlemen directly.
Right.
But in our fiscal year 25 budget, we have, Mr. Hall, whose wife works in the Commissioner of Revenue's office. so,
Okay, wait a
we're
minute,
gonna
I've got to,
remove
let me get down.
the Commissioner of Revenue.
So I'm
the
on
emergency
that. I
management,
need
the
to do
sheriff's
that.
budget From the general
Okay.
budget, we're gonna be taking 5 votes,
Okay,
5 different motions and
I
votes.
didn't turn over, I know.
Okay, to adopt the fiscal year 25 budget,
Okay,
and then 2 separate motions for the coal and gas and the E911.
Okay.
So,
Can I ask one question?
yes, please.
And I want to back up, and it may be too late to back up, but when we voted to approve the sheriffs for that grant, should Richard had abstained, or was it
doesn't
okay
affect
for?
his
I don't think
salary.
that affects him
It doesn't
on
affect
anything.
him.
so-
It doesn't affect
Okay,
him.
I just knew it was the sheriff's department, that's the reason I was asking.
It doesn't
Okay.
affect him.
No problem.
Okay, then I will need a motion to remove the Commissioner of Revenue, the Emergency Management, and the Sheriff's budget from the general budget.
I'll make that motion.
I have a second? I will second it, that we remove those. I'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Hall? Mr. Thacker? And, let me get Ms. Kaiser first.
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker.
Aye.
And
vote.
Ms. Aye. Okay, so we're removing the Commissioner of Revenues, the Emergency Management, and the Sheriff's budget from the general budget. Now, I need a motion to approve the Commissioner of Revenues budget at $409,7900.
I'll also make that motion.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the Commissioner of Revenues budget. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second to to vote on the Commissioner of Revenue's budget. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
I'll have to abstain.
I know what he has to do. Ms. Kaiser
Aye.
and Mr. Thacker.
Aye.
And Ms. Sless.
Aye.
And I also. Now I need a motion to approve the emergency management appropriation for fiscal year 25 budget, and that budget is $64,845.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second to approve emergency management. Any discussion? How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
I abstain.
And Ms. Slesser?
Aye.
And I also. Okay, I need a motion to a vote to approve the sheriff's appropriation budget for fiscal year 25 in the amount of $3,465,912.
I'll make that motion.
Have a motion to approve the sheriff's budget.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
I abstain.
And Ms.
Aye.
Slush, and I also. Now, I need a motion and a vote to approve the general appropriation of the fiscal year budget with the Commissioner of Revenue, Emergency Management, and the Sheriff's Department already removed. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second to approve the general county fund with those that I listed being exempt. Any discussion? Hearing none. How do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
Okay, I need a motion now to approve the fiscal year coal, gas, and road improvement fund, a total budget of $2,850,500.
I'll make that motion.
I have a motion to approve the coal, road, and gas improvement fund. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve that. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
Okay,
You.
and I also.
Okay.
Now I need a motion and a vote to approve the fiscal year 2025 E911 budget, and that's $974,924.
I'll make that motion.
Okay,
I'll second it.
motion and a second to approve the E911 budget. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sless?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
A lot of votes for the budget, wasn't it?
We usually just had to pull out one, but with the employees, we had to do three this time.
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, you didn't vote on the last one.
Did we vote on it?
No.
You did.
You didn't.
I didn't. Oh, aye.
Okay.
If you don't vote, it's an aye vote. If you don't vote,
Okay.
no. Okay, sorry.
I thought-
Okay. Then, this one is the reversion of funds. This is something we do every year at our June meeting, is we have to revert the unexpended balances to the general fund, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's any unspent funds that's been appropriated by the board to certain categories. Any unspent funds remaining is gonna revert back to the general fund to formality we have to do. each
It's a
year.
formality that we have to do.
I'll make that motion that we approve that reversion of funds.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
And is there any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Slush?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. The next thing on the agenda is, this is from Mr. Barton as County Administrator. He's requesting the authority for payments of expenditures that will encompass the period of June the 26th through June the 30th, And this is a normal procedure that allows for the closeout process of the current fiscal year.
There are still some bills that we are trying to get paid. That's something we do every year again on this. And of course, normally each month, as you did earlier this month, you approved all of our June bills up to the meeting date. And we will have some more, and we'll send those out to you as far as what they are. But it's just giving us authority to do that so the treasurer can close their books for the fiscal year.
I'll make that motion for the approval of the expenditures through June the 30th, for it gives Larry to be able to do that.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, how do you vote, Ms. Sluss?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Okay. The next thing on the agenda, we're down to number 12, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We
I
have
would
two
sug-
additions from the
Yes.
agenda to go on here, so.
Okay. We need to go into closed session, and there's also one on the addition that we need to add. I need a motion from someone to go into closed session.
I make a motion that we go into closed session, A, section 2.2-3711A1, I, personnel, 1, economic development, 2, drug court coordinator, 3, community work program, and I, personnel, well, I guess closed meeting A, section 2.2-3711A1, I, personnel, Bear Pen Pool, and sheriff.
Okay, do I have a second to this motion?
I'll
to go-
second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second that we go into closed session, and I would request a 10-minute break before we start, if that's okay with everybody.
Yeah, I like to move around.
I'm gonna have to move around my
Call
Mr. Hall? Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Thacker? And Mrs. Slutz? And I also. motion, are we ready?
We
Is
are.
Adam ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh, I need a motion for us to come out of closed session first.
I
No, you
make
need a motion to
this
come
here?
out. No, you need a motion to
I
come
make a
out
motion
first.
that we come out of closed session.
Oh, Rhonda just made that motion.
And do I have a second to come out of closed session?
Second.
And all in favor? Aye. Now we need to certify that our closed session.
I make a motion that whereas Dickinson County Board of Supervisors has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors that a closed meeting was conducted in conformity with the Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors hereby certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and only such public business matters as identified in the motion convening the closed meeting was heard, discussed, or considered by the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors.
Do I have a second to Ms. Kaiser's motion?
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second that we only discuss those issues. And I have to take a roll call. Ms. Sluss? Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. And there was no motions to come out of closed session. So I'm down to number 15, supervisors' comments, and do I have a volunteer that wants to be first? I hate to
I'll
pick
be
on-
first. I
All
wish
right.
everybody a safe and a happy New Year.
It feels like we've been here a year.
Fourth of July. We ain't had Christmas yet. I wish everybody a happy and safe July the 4th celebration. And anybody that's on vacation.
Now, who's brave to follow that?
It feels like we've been here.
Happy New Year.
Richard, you want me next?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
I also wish everybody a safe 4th of July weekend, and it's been a long, hard night. Thank you all for the work you've done tonight.
Mr. Hall, you want to be next?
I'd just like to thank my fellow board members for being here. We've got a good board.
Ms. Kaiser?
It's hard sometimes, but we get there.
All right, thank you, Creed. Are you, Ms. Kaiser?
I guess I agree with everybody. We've had tough conversations, and we want everything to go good. We like everybody to be happy. We like everybody needs to get along. And all of us on this board is doing our very best to do the best we can. And just wish everybody safe travels. If you're vacationing, going on vacation, good 4th of July next week. Can't believe the year's half gone already.
Okay. Well, as you all know, I follow softball. I'm their biggest fan, I guess. We don't miss any games for softball. So I want to wish the softball players a wonderful trip to McLean, Virginia, July the 11th through the 16th. Also, the boys will be going July the 5th. I don't get to go watch the boys, but I wish them the very best, and I hope they all bring back the banner to our county. And also, I like to thank Mr. Barton and Mr. Will Sturgill for what they have had to go through this weekend, and all that Larry does. I appreciate him, and he deserves a vacation, and I hope he enjoys his vacation and has a safe trip. And also, I'd like to compliment my board members. It's a pleasure to work with all of you. And even if we don't agree, we're still all friends, and that's what it should have been forever on this board. And I appreciate everybody that's been here, and I did real good getting you through the board meeting. We just couldn't get out closed session.
You did real good, Shelby, I think.
And I guess that's my take. But I do wish the girls, and I have a great granddaughter that plays is the reason I follow it, and she thinks that we have to be there with her. And sometimes it's an effort to get there. But we do it, and we haven't decided who's going to McLean or who's gonna stay home and feed the dogs.
I'll feed you, dog. The team playing tonight lost.
Oh, did they lose?
They had won every game till the final game, and they lost to Coburn tonight.
Well,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, I seen that posted on Facebook a while ago, and I forgot.
well.
And my grandson was
that.
playing in that game.
Well, I hate that, yeah. So, if there's no more comments, and, you know, today, and I'll have to say, I don't know if y'all know Esther Bowling that lives at Norton.
Yeah.
I noticed she posted today that today is Virginia's birthday. That we were organized in 1788, and today is our birthday. And my history lesson is the county was organized in 1890. I went to work for the county in 1980, and we were celebrating our 100th year when I went to work in Commissioner of Revenues in 1980.
Well,
So I thought I would just give my history lesson.
that's good, thank you. I didn't know.
But today is Virginia's birthday. So y'all have your history lesson.
Thank you.
Thanks to
Thank you,
Esther.
teacher.
I served with her on VC, and you'll meet her on VC.
She's
She's
a very
a
nice
wonderful
lady.
person. Yes. And I need a motion to adjourn until our next meeting in July, right?
I make
Is it
that-
July the,
23rd, I think.
I think it's 23rd, yeah.
I made that motion.
I'll second.
I'll be in Ohio, and I'm coming home on Monday.
Happy New Year. Merry Christmas.
So, I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No one opposed, I don't think.
We'll beat you to death.
Let's stay